Joja, kukujilie, wewe subiri.
And those outside, kindly come in so that we start together.
Nikiwa nawe kama mwalimu, ninajua nitahitimu, nitashinda adui akileta majaribu.
dunia wangu ni kama yameandikwa, yaliyokuwa faida na yahesabu kama hasara. Sikiliza dunia, ujue kwamba mimi si wako. Sikiliza dunia, ujue kwamba mimi si wako. Nimehesabiwa haki kwa damu yake mtetezi. Jina langu limeandikwa kwenye kitabu cha uzima. Sikiliza dunia, ujue kwamba mimi si wako. Dunia, tumeuona mkono wake Bwana.
Mengi mazuri tumeyaona, Mungu umetenda, ni kweli wewe muweza. Ulitamka vitu vikawa, neno tulatosha, ukisema umetenda. Israeli, uliwavusha, kawatoa utumwani. Watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa.
Uamualo hakuna wa kulipinga, hakika wewe ni Mungu wa vyote. Unatawala dunia na vilivyomo, makuu umeyatenda. Jehova, hakika
Tumeuona mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu mno. Na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu, mahali uliona pekee. Chini hata juu, watu unawainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Na tutakusifu jina lako Baba, milele tutakusifu kweli. Daima wewe mwema, tutaishi kwako. Tumeuona Baba mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu mno. Na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu, mahali uliona pekee. Chini hata juu, watu unawainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Na tutakusifu jina lako Baba, milele tutakusifu kweli. Daima wewe mwema, tutaishi kwako. Hatimaye ni leo, ni siku yetu muhimu, harusi yetu, uwepo wenu yote. Kwetu ni kitu, kwetu ninyi ni ndugu, leo na kesho.
Good morning. We are going to start. We are few, but we are hoping others will join us. I will request Engineer Ruto to start us off with a word of prayer.
Good morning once again. Let's believe and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before Thee this morning with thanksgiving in our heart. Thank you, God, for this mastic that we've had for the last 3 days. Lord, this is the third day, as we progress and as we do what is the presentation today, I pray that you give us ability to do to the best of our knowledge, and be with us as we present, and everything that we'll do, we do it in your glory and honor. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Jane. I'll start by finding out if the presenters are here. Jaren, I can see you're here. Who is presenting on the technological organization and human factors at Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital? Anyone from that team? We have Kanini, PM, Kubai, Mutinda, Njiro, Birithia, Gitonga, Kadhambi, Karegi, Mule, and Karimi. Any of those persons here? Okay. What about John Mainge? Is John Mainge around? And Dangras Mwenda? Is Dangras Mwenda around? Okay, then we can start with Jarend. You can present once you're ready. I'm Dr. Mary Joy. I'm holding brief for Professor Naomi. Will be joining us shortly.
Professor here present, doctors. Good morning. Now, the professors here present, doctors, the chair of the session, members of staff present, students, fellow researchers, good morning. My name is Jared Maunga, a student at the National Defense University, Kenya. That's where I'm affiliated to. And today I'm going to represent on a topic, strengthening institutional resilience, bioterrorism preparedness and response capacity. Study area is in Nairobi County Universities. Especially I'm focused on Nairobi and Kenyatta University, UON and Kenyatta University. We can move. The background of the study, we are saying basically what is bioterrorism, if I may expound on this. This is willful and intentional release of biological weapons, microorganisms, into the population causing harm. We have bacteria, viruses, protozoa, toxins. If they are willfully released into the population to cause harm, then we say that is bioterrorism. And it is a global concern. It's a global concern. Hence, need that these subjects get to be interrogated so that then we can be able to find a lasting solution to curbing bioterrorism. Bioterrorism growing global security and public health threat requiring strong preparedness systems according to WHO 2023. It poses risks to populations, infrastructure and essential services, especially in high density institutions. Universities are vulnerable due to large populations and critical facilities such as laboratories and health units, which we know there is biological research being undertaken in the institutions of higher learning, like Nairobi University and Kenyatta University in this case. And of course, we have got a diverse population in the universities, including international students. We know we have open systems in the universities, and with dense populations and the kind of research, biological research being conducted there, if it goes unchecked, then it can lead to dangers, including causing massive diseases due to release of these microorganisms if it goes unchecked. Globally, universities are increasingly adopting biosecurity and emergency preparedness frameworks, according to UNESCO 2022. However, many institutions still face gaps in training, coordination, and awareness of biological threats. In Kenya, universities in Nairobi County have limited bioterrorism-specific preparedness, hence necessitating this study. That although we have got general emergency preparedness protocols, we know like fire preparedness. This is what has largely been adopted, but you find that bioterrorism-specific protocols are minimal, hence the need for this study. I don't know. How do I move up? Okay. Now, statement of the problem, we are saying that bioterrorism preparedness is a key component of institutional safety and risk management in universities according to WHO 2023. The universities in Nairobi County mainly rely on general emergency systems that are not specific to bioterrorism threats. Many institutions lack specialized biosafety protocols, trained personnel, and dedicated response units. Awareness of bioterrorism risks among staff and students remain low, limiting effective preparedness. That we find that awareness is limiting. Like in university, we know students transiting, others graduating, others coming in. Then the question is, how frequent are these trainings organized so that all the university community is captured? You may find a section of it trained, but then students are coming in and going out. And so that's what we are looking at. Coordination between administrative, security, and health units is weak and fragmented. Because we know for a complex problem, then collaboration is key, that all the relevant departments come together to be able to tackle the problem. There is limited empirical evidence on bioterrorism preparedness and response capacity in Kenyan universities, creating a knowledge gap that this study is addressing. Yes, that empirical evidence is lacking. And for us to be able to make meaningful policy out of this study, then we need this empirical evidence. With the study objectives, we are saying that the first objective is to assess the bioterrorism preparedness in universities within Nairobi County, Kenya, whose result can reflect on the large populace. I believe so. And also to examine response capacity mechanisms. What is the capacity of the institutions of higher learning to be able to respond in the case of a bioterrorist attack? Because in security, as a rule of the thumb, we are emphasizing on prevention, that we don't want to get there. But just in case we get there, it is at hand, then how are we going to respond? How are the institutions prepared to respond? Also, to evaluate integration of biosafety, biosecurity, in emergency systems. How is the biosecurity integrated into the system, into the policies, just to have evidence that this is working? How is it integrated? Also to identify the challenges affecting preparedness. Should there be weak preparedness? Okay, low preparedness. What are the challenges causing or affecting preparedness of university to tackle incidents of bioterrorism? Then we also are assessing the awareness levels among the stakeholders. How are the stakeholders, made aware? And in the university, we know we have students, university community, the staff, both the teaching and non-teaching staff, technical staff in the laboratories, our health units, our emergency response units, that's the first responders, because we know security and the medical team, they are first responders when it comes to this kind of incidents. The research questions we are saying, what is the level of bioterrorism preparedness in universities? What is the level? 2, what response capacity mechanisms exist in the universities? How biosafety integrated, or rather, how is biosafety integrated into the university emergency management systems? What challenges affect the bioterrorism preparedness and response in universities? Then what is the level of awareness of bioterrorism among the university stakeholders? And I've already already mentioned who the stakeholders are: student, staff, we have got the technical team, the academic staff, non-teaching staff, health units, and in short, security personnel in the universities. That is the first responders in case of, and even the outside. Because there is need also for collaboration between the universities and the external agencies, such as the counties, police, and so on and so forth. Then the theoretical framework, the study was guided by institutional resilience theory, which explains how institutions prepared for, absorbed, and recovered from crises while maintaining essential functions. How resilient are the institutions to be able to absorb, respond, and even recover from the effects of bioterrorism. It incorporated risk management theory also, which focused on identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks to reduce institutional vulnerability. The theoretical focus emphasized on preparedness, adaptation, and recovery as key elements of effective response systems. It highlighted the importance of system-based organizational response structures that supported coordinated action during crisis. The framework stressed coordination and continuous learning systems to improve institutional response over time. It also supported the integration of security and health frameworks to strengthen overall security and institutional resilience. Literature review, we are getting, though this was limited by the time allocated, but it can be expounded that there is a security concern over terrorism threats which is rising across, because it is a new trend actually. Because many people are concerned about the physical security, like manning the gate, searching people, the walkthroughs, but what about these microscopic biological agents, like the spores for the anthrax that was reported in 2001 in the US. You are receiving an envelope and the spores are in there. And then this one can spread across population, affecting massive number of people. And at first you may not be able to realize it was actually intentional. But at the end of the day, you find there is massive damage caused at the end of the day. So it's a global concern. Universities often lack specialized systems. Do we have technology integrated in our systems to be able to detect these biological agents? Are the universities technologically ready to be able to detect? Training and infrastructure improve preparedness. Training and infrastructure. So are we training people? Are we updating them on the current trends about terrorism? And is even the infrastructure there to be able to detect these biological agents? Interagency collaboration enhances response. I've already said that very complex issues like that may require interagency collaboration, that we may not work in isolation, but rather we may want to pull other people on board to be able to assist us to tackle this complex problem. Awareness improves institutional awareness. Readiness. Students, are they aware? How often are we conducting the trainings? And I've already said that the students are transient, coming and going, and how regularly do we conduct the trainings for us to be able to capture everybody, to be all inclusive in our awareness creation? Developing countries face resource limitations, such as Kenya. Developing countries, we have all the resource limitations to be able to support implementation. That you find mostly some of these policies exist on paper. Procedures, SOPs, they exist on paper, but have they been operationalized? Have they been operationalized? This one may require commitment of financial resources. Research design, we embraced descriptive, the study embraced descriptive research design, where a mixed methods approach was used. That is quantitative and qualitative, core and quant. Quantitative and qualitative data was collected to be able to support triangulation, of course, to be able to provide better and all inclusive kind of findings. So this is enabling triangulation of finding, and it's by so doing, embracing both qual and quant, mixed methods, then we are enhancing comprehensive understanding of this complex problem. And of course, this one is suitable for preparedness assessment. Target population. We are targeting the members of the university community, university administrative staff, because they are the ones who implement policy and even provide resources necessary for implementation of the recommendations made. And these ones, administrative staff, of course, they were reached through key informant interviews, because they are knowledgeable, together with other specialists or experts in the subject matter: security, head of health units, laboratory personnel. They were contacted to be able to provide valuable information. Security personnel participated, heads of security, because actually they are one of the first responders. Should there be an incident, they respond as the first group. And so they were also included in the study. They were one of the target populations. Health unit staff were engaged, because of their expertise in the subject matter. And again, the issue of collaboration and coordination among the relevant departments. Academic staff were also included. This one is disseminated knowledge to the students. Also, by using them also, we then got to know whether this information is also effectively getting to the students who form the larger population, segment of the population within universities. Students included for awareness assessment. Here, we contacted the student leaders, who then gave valuable information on whether students are really aware about bioterrorism threat And then representative sampling was done across universities because, again, because of time constraints, not everybody could be contacted in this study. Data collection methods, we are using structured questionnaires to collect quantitative data, interviews with key informants who are the experts in the subject matter, document review of policies, because of course we accessed some policies from the administration just to be sure that whatever we got through these qualitative means, that is use of key informant interviews, was actually reflected in the policies, just to be sure that we were getting what was accurate. Observation of safety systems, going around and observing how these important stakeholders were behaving and their commitment towards implementation of the recommendations. Then data from Nairobi County Universities also to SOPs, policies, we got them, which we used to analyze and finally give the final findings. The key findings that the study found that most universities have general emergency protocols, as I've earlier said, such as fire safety. Fire safety students, even here we do it all the time. And evacuation procedures, those ones are common across, which provide a basic framework for crisis response. The basic protocols are there. The study found that bioterrorism-specific preparedness systems are largely limited or absent altogether, indicating weak interaction of biosecurity measures in institutional planning. The study found that the response capacity is only partially developed, with existing health and security units not fully equipped for biological threat scenarios. The study found that awareness levels among staff and students are generally low, reducing overall preparedness and risk responsiveness. The study found that coordination structures between university departments, such as security, health, and administration, are weak and often fragmented. The study found that although gaps exist, current systems can be strengthened through targeted training, policy development, and improved coordination to enhance institutional resilience. Key challenges identified is an inadequate biosecurity training that was identified, insufficient funding for preparedness, weak coordination between departments. Yeah, that the departments, the collaboration is not reinforced. If there are trainings and drills conducted on the ground, they are done in isolation, that we are not bringing all departments together, they're relevant to train them. Because according to UN, DRR, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, that we find that where there is a coordination, collaboration, people trained together, then it improves on response times. So this kind of coordination is weak between the departments. Limited specialized response units, low awareness of the risks, that there was low awareness among the stakeholders, and that of course there was no clear bioterrorism framework, but we have a framework of a general nature, targeting on all incidents of emergency, but the bioterrorism specific protocols were weak or absent altogether. The recommendations, what is the study recommending? The study is recommending establishment of biosecurity units in the universities, increased funding for preparedness systems, strengthening training programs in the universities, improvement of interdepartmental coordination and collaboration, integration of biosafety in the existing policies, and also enhancement of government collaboration, And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for a keen attention.
Thank you, Gerard, for that presentation. Bioterrorism, security, public health. Are the three related? The students, are the three related? Bioterrorism, security, and public health, and health in general. Are the three interrelated? Yeah, so again, we go back to what our conference theme is, which is on interdisciplinary research. And you can see how well health, security is coming together. So thank you so much, Gerard, for that presentation. Let us appreciate him again. And we can give Gerard a feedback as I find out if the other presenters are here. Any feedback for Gerard in terms of questions?
Gerald, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask a few questions, and because I'm a student of peace and international security. One, in your research, there is an underlying assumption that you are making that the institutions of research are basically predisposed to terror, which is a bit, which can be contested. Why? Because terrorism as a concept is contested. There are over 200 definitions in the books, and no single one is like the most accepted, because it's a very political, concept. Two, your research has a risk of politicizing research, and you are assuming that our health laboratories have political intent, to the point that when you talk about research in the universities, are we assuming that the researchers who are working in those labs have some political intention to cause terror? Yeah? And maybe your research could be assessing the extent to which the researchers understand the dangers of the work that they are doing, and whether their work can be used for harm in society. And we have these examples, for example, when we had the allegation during the COVID that it was sneaked from a lab into a market. And those are some of the patterns we could be looking at within our research institutions, because we are making an assumption that our student can be terrorist by using the bio researches that they are doing. Yeah, and it's something that you kind of need to be a bit careful, because then it can easily restrict the work that university does, when in fact research is supposed to be open to all directions and allow the academicians the freedom that they have to research and to collect. But terrorism comes in because of the political intent of researchers, which I don't think most of the researchers, when they're doing what they're doing, have any political intent to cause harm to society. So perhaps it might be a good thing to add something to your research, to just think about what are the motivations behind the researchers. Can they be understood in a political intent? And to what extent are these intents also part of the way the student in these universities see the research? And this is where the question of bioethics comes. Yeah? When we are looking at the research we are doing, what are the bioethical principles guiding what we are doing, so that if there is any harm that can be caused, the researchers sufficiently informed of what they are doing, so that they can protect. And then finally, there's also an assumption that these researchers are political agents who can be used by malicious characters within the institution, so that if you are pushing universities to begin to sensitize universities about the bioterrorism, you are in the process politicizing the same agents, so that they can begin to see, oh, so I can actually use this research to do what I want to do. So there's a bit of politics there that you need to be careful about, and you need to critically think and critically sensitize people so that we don't politicize research. If you politicize research, then you are actually limiting the academic freedom that you're actually supposed to participate in. I know the nature by which the university you belong to, that could be their interest, because it's a national defense university. It's a political university in the sense that its main objective is national defense. So they must look for every element that can harm the national defense to deal with. But a university like ours is a public university which should not restrain research. Research should go every direction. So that for me is a concern, but also it's just for you to think about what could be the limitation of the direction I'm taking in the work that I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerard, do you want to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. I appreciate those comments. They opened my eyes and then open also a window for further research, whether my current research can really affect the way in which students look. But you know, the topic is on prevention. Prevention, that we don't want to get there. That is generally the principle of security. We don't want to get there, but rather we want to prevent, to be able to interject and intervene before finally we get into it. But I'm guided by your comments. Yeah, they open up my my eyes. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. I had a question. Mine was around the dimension of government collaboration. And to your point about prevention, is it something that can be explored, the relationship between the government's capacity to persuade or promote? Because those are the two elements government has, persuasion or promotion. So when it comes to insurance and insurable interest, to mandate that institutions like a university or a hospital or anything, with that dimension of prevention, could there be an aspect of mandatory requirements around the element? Because insurable interest, terrorism was defined as an insurable interest. So with that classification, can that be extended to bioterrorism?
Yes, through the chair, thank you. Thank you, yes. Yes, it can, because one of the issues we are identifying as challenges is resource constraints. Resource constraints and, you know, lack of adequate funding. I suppose through the policies being developed, and we know even there is a national disaster management authority. There is an act of at the peer level. It has not really been passed as law. I know if this one is finalized, then they need to make the government to be able to see this one as a compulsory thing, to be able to intervene before finally we get to full explosion. Thank you.
Any other questions or feedback from Gerard?
Thank you, Gerard, for the well-presented presentation. Mine is not a question, but an observation that I saw from your presentation. Like from your literature, I expected to see relevant literature that are concerning with your work, which you didn't give us. You gave us your thoughts. according to me, what I observed. Then when you went to results, I was expecting to see some respondents percentages or something, or some odd ratio values, which I didn't see. So I think next time it would be nice so that you can actually see how it is going. Otherwise, it's a good presentation, but most of it you have summarized. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you. I mentioned from the onset it was because of the time allocated, but actually the whole thing is there. The results are there and everything, and I'm guided in future. I'll be able to include that component. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. And that was a great presentation, Jared. So one of the methodologies, or one of the study procedures that used was observation. Were you able to look at the waste disposal mechanisms, especially waste coming from the hospital or the lab, which might pose a form of biorisk? It's not actually bioterrorism, but it can be an intentional bioterrorism. Yes.
Through the chair, thank you, Daktari. Yes, we did, and that's also why we interacted with the laboratory personnel and went around, and we saw that the various ways of disposal, and we pointed that way the weaknesses were, though it is contained but not fully, and our recommendation now was that to improve on that, on disposal mechanisms. Thank you.
Any other feedback? Your research is quite interesting. That's why it has a lot of reactions.
Hi guys, I am Areba. I wanted to put aspect into the whole research from the point that from the definition of bioterrorism, maybe it's not intentional but unintentional. So from the second feedback, maybe you can have the part that to prevent the unintentionality of causing bioterrorism, if that qualifies, you can have mandatory protocol to prevent such events, such biorisk, because I find that very important, and also to escape the politicizing of the whole research. It helps to neutralize the intention behind the research. Yeah, I find that feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I take that feedback positively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gerard. Any other feedback? Okay, which universities did you include in your study, Gerard?
University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University. Yeah, to represent Nairobi County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you. We appreciate your responses to the feedback. The substantive chair of the session has arrived, so I'll hand over to Professor Naomi. And before she comes, I want to find out if the person that is presenting on technological organization and human factors at Meru Hospital is here. Okay, not yet. Is John Mainge with us? And Douglas Mwenda Kubania. So in absence of those, I'll ask Zach to present. Yeah, his was scheduled for afternoon, but he'll present at this time. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Naomi.
Good morning. So the next one.
Zach is presenting,
But he is not here.
others are not in. So we present, then after Victor.
Okay. So this time.
As the other person.
Good morning once again. We are going to look at Zakayo's presentation, the one who was sitting here. It is a One Health mapping of non-tuberculous mycobacteria in sub-Saharan Africa, a scoping review that he conducted. So let us watch what Sakayo has. Has it been loaded or not yet, Sakayo?
Zakayo Maingi, I'm a faculty member at the Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences, and I'll be presenting to you about a One Health mapping of NTM in sub-Saharan Africa. So basically this is a scoping review where I looked at all the literature regarding non-tuberculous mycobacteria that has been done in sub-Saharan Africa. Then from that I actually identified the gap or a research gap that we intended or we intend to pursue. So I'm the investigator. Then we have these co-authors. We have Professor Jesse Gitaka from MKU. We also have Dr. Katrina Rohan from the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center, and finally Prof. Franco Nyambu from the Department of Medical Lab. So basically we have a brief overview of non-tuberculous mycobacteria, or basically NTM. So these are environmental organisms. These are environmental organisms, and we find that we have over 200 NTM species. And these species are distributed across different ecosystems. And one of the factors that normally influences the distribution of the species is temperature. So we have some NTM species existing in temperatures that are highly hot. Especially, you find that some of them will be in geysers or hot springs. Then we also have other NTM species that are found in the temperate regions, very cold regions. So when you go to very high altitude regions, you normally find that there are NTMs which normally predominate those regions. So once they're in the environment, they normally coalesce through quorum sensing. They normally coalesce, coalescing meaning that they normally come together and form what is known as biofilm. This biofilm enables the NTM to exist in the environment and also makes it to be resistant to disinfectants or any other organism or an organism that might actually destroy NTM. So looking at the clinical and public health significance, find that when they're in the environment and they form the biofilm actually, the formation of the biofilm helps this NTM to be aerosolized. So once they become aerosolized, humans can be able to inhale it, and once it gets to the lungs, it normally presents similar symptoms to that of TB. So we find that this human will have a persistent cough for more than 2 weeks. They'll experience some weight loss and all other symptoms related to TB. So once this patient goes to the hospital, one of the diagnostic criteria is clinically. So the clinician will be able to tell that this patient has all the symptoms and signs of TB. Then the other diagnostic approach will be looking at the radiological findings. So the patient will be sent to the radiological department, where an X-ray of the lungs will be taken, and actually the X-ray of the lung will show fibrocavitary lesions in the lungs, just like what is normally seen for TB. Then finally, the patient will be sent to the lab, where a lab sample will be taken, that is a sputum sample, and using the diagnostic criteria in the lab, that is using gene expert, which is PCR, they'll actually find out that this patient is negative for TB, because PCR is quite sensitive. But now the clinician will look at it and find that if the patient has all the clinical symptoms related to TB, and the radiological findings are similar to that of TB, but then the lab diagnosis shows negative for TB. So probably the diagnostic equipment being used in the lab has a low sensitivity, or the limit of detection of the lab, of the equipment that is being used in the lab has a low sensitivity to detection of TB. So the patient will be put on the TB medication, which is not similar to that of NTM. So the patient will continue suffering, and of course, at the end of the treatment program, the patient will be classified as being multi-drug resistant TB. So the patient will suffer, but then remember, there's not being put on the proper treatment, since the treatment for NTM and TB is quite different. So looking at the NTM being environmental organisms, they can also cause infection to animals. So animals normally acquire it through feeding. So most of the time, once they drink water or feed on grass that has this NTM, the infection or the bacteria normally colonizes the lungs, and sometimes it also goes to the GIT and causes what is known as granulomatous lesions, which are similar to those found in bovine TB. So once this cattle has been taken to the slaughterhouse for, of course, slaughtering, so the meat inspector is going to see that they have what is known as the granulomatous lesions, and this organ or the whole animal will end up being condemned. And once it has been condemned, they'll actually say that it has TB, while it normally has NTM, because the signs and symptoms are similar to that of TB. So due to this, we did a systematic review, and we wanted to understand the NTM transmission dynamics, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So we evaluated the existing peer-reviewed literature following the PRISMA SCR protocol, and we searched major databases, including PubMed, Web of Science, Embase, and Scopus. And we looked at studies that looked at the presence of NTM in humans, so basically studies that took sputum samples and identified NTM. We also looked at articles that looked at the presence of NTM in animals, so livestock and also wild animals. And finally, we also looked at studies that have done NTM projects on One Health aspect. So studies that looked at NTM in the environment, in humans, and in animals. So this is how we carried out the scoping review. So initially we had 314 articles, but then when we continued screening and quality assurance, we ended up with 29 articles. So some of these articles, you find that some of them were duplicates, the 314. So we ended up with 186. So when you looked at also the title and abstract screening, you found that some of them were outside the scope. So we were mostly focusing on sub-Saharan Africa. So when we found that an article had, or a study had been done outside sub-Saharan Africa, we eliminated it. So at the end of the day, and of course here at the end of it, we also eliminated on the basis of no NTM speciation. Some of these studies actually did NTM speciation based on what is known as phenotypic characteristics, or basically culture, which does not distinguish the different NTM species. So we needed to be very accurate, and we needed to see that that study had actual or had specific NTM species which were documented. So we ended up having 29, and this is just an overview of where these articles or where these studies were done. So you can find that in South Africa, we had 10 studies or 10 articles which were related to NTM, and most of the studies that were done in South Africa were basically looked at human infection and animal infection, and we also had one study which looked at the transmission dynamics. So looked at the environment, the animal and humans. So in Kenya, most of the studies, including ours, only looked at humans. So we looked at humans that had the NTM infection, and we didn't have any other study looking at environment or even animals. Nigeria had 2. We also have Ghana, which had 2. And one interesting thing with Nigeria is that found that they did a study looking at the plumbing system, what is known as planetary health. So they looked at the plumbing system, and they actually looked for areas within the plumbing system where NTM can actually thrive. So that's also something interesting with what happened in Nigeria. So looking at this, what we have here is that most of the studies, 9 out of 29, were studies done from human studies where NTM was isolated, then followed by studies done from animals. Then finally, we have studies that looked at the One Health perspective, which were quite rare. So we have those being around 5. So findings showed that Mycobacterium avium complex was the most dominant species, NTM species. Mycobacterium chelonae complex, followed by Mycobacterium avium complex, and finally Mycobacterium abscessus complex. So the gaps that were identified since a scoping review, the purpose of a scoping review is to identify the gaps, the research gaps, is that we don't have adequate surveillance data regarding NTM. Especially look at the Kenyan perspective, where NTM diagnosis is normally carried out in the TB reference lab. So once the diagnosis has been done and they identify NTM, the records which are normally published, they don't have any data regarding NTM. So once the lab, it normally ends up with the lab, but we don't have any reports showing that this is the level of NTM infection, especially in symptomatic TB negative patients. So we have a paucity of that data, so we don't have enough surveillance. Then we don't have, the other gap was that there's that integration gap where we don't have a transmission or a study showing the transmission dynamics, meaning that we don't have a study showing that this organism is actually found in the environment and it causes infection to both humans and animals within the same population or within the same location. So that informed our proof of concept here. So to pursue that, we did a proof of concept where we collected water samples from, or we are still collecting water samples from Laikipia, which basically has hot environment, which is basically the environment within the sub-Saharan region. So it actually represents the sub-Saharan Africa region. So we took the water samples, and during the collection of water samples, we did physicochemical analysis. So we were looking at the pH of the water. We also looked at total dissolved solids. We looked at the salinity of that water. So that's one of the aspects. Then the water samples were taken to the lab, awaiting NTM analysis to look at the presence of the NTM, and also be able to see which NTM is able to thrive in which particular environment, depending on the physical-chemical properties. So that was the first aspect that we did, physical-chemical. That's my team there. You can also see we have one student, our student, Karo Mwen, you can see here. Then we also went to the slaughterhouse within Nanyuki, and we identified that some of these animals, the cattle especially, had granulomatous lesions. You can see that's one of the liver samples that we took, and from this you can see it has what we call tubercles. So we are yet to analyze this, but these are an indication of a mycobacterial infection, either TB or NTM, which will be confirmed after we do the lab analysis. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to sharing the results probably in the next week once we do the lab analysis and identifying the NTM species. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakai, for that informative presentation. Good one. And now we'll welcome questions, comments, and hear what Sakai has to tell us about that unusual infection. Okay, welcome for questions or comments. Yes, Daktari.
Thank you, Dr. Maingi. This is quite interesting because my background is in pharmacy, especially pharmaceutical research. And it's been discovered that NTM is prevalent around areas where there are boreholes that are in close proximity to cemeteries in cities. Like Langata Cemetery, there are a number of aquifers that are not too far from that. And a lot of boreholes are drilled around the area. And subsequently, the cases of NTM within the population where the water is being delivered has increased. So there were cases in Kilimani, and they were wondering, why is there a prevalence of NTM within the population? And found that the boreholes that are sourced are near Langata. So could there be a connection between NTM prevalence and concentrated areas where water is being harvested, but it's not being tested?
Okay. You're done? Good.
All right, yes. Yes, there could be that connection, which that's what we wanted to find out, because we don't have adequate studies showing that connection of NTMs being isolated from the environment and the factors or the physical-chemical factors that promote the thriving of that NTM So we still have insufficient data regarding that, but we're hoping probably we'll be able to see that from this study. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Maingi, for the good presentation. This is Dr. Jane Ruto. I'm the rapporteur for the afternoon, but now it has come to the morning. I have one question is, from this study, I think, from my view, if it's well done, it can inform policy. Maybe you can develop policy briefs from it when you do it, so that healthcare systems can incorporate the data that you will get and now inform how to treat TB and non-tuberculous TB. And then the second one, I think you should have, according to me, I think you can include soil samples from those areas so that you can analyze whether they are there, because it is usually in dust, water, and soils, so that you can actually know the extent of the distribution in those regions. So you can include soils and dust, if it's possible. Thank you.
Right, yes, thank you for those questions. Regarding policy brief, yes, I want to agree with you. Because we have so much misdiagnosis when it comes to NTM and MTB. Most of the time they are normally diagnosed as MTB, yet they have NTM, and the treatment approaches are quite different. So yes, when we have a policy brief showing that if a patient clinically shows signs of TB, radiological signs of TB, yet when you go to the lab diagnosis is negative for TB, probably can have another diagnostic approach to look at, to eliminate or just to rule out NTM. Yes. Then soil samples, yes. So I wanted to have a soil sample during when we were developing the protocol, but it was seen that soil samples sometimes might be having, the microbial communities might interfere with the presence of NTM. So it's something we're also looking at. So we wanted to start with water samples, then probably later on we can progress and also look at NTM in the soil, and also in the vegetation. Yeah.
There is another question there.
Thank you, Dr. for a nice presentation. My name is Jared Maunga. I could have stepped out when you... What is the gap? What is the gap? It's an interesting research. I could have missed on that. Thank you.
The gap is to know the transmission dynamics of NTM. Is the NTM in the environment able to be transmitted to humans and also to animals? And which is the NTM, the prevalent, because we talked about more than 200 species, which is the NTM that is prevalent, especially in causing these pathological conditions in animals and also in humans. Because in this case for humans, we'll be looking at those who are symptomatic for TB, but test negative for TB. So does the sputum sample have NTM, and which is the NTM that is there? Because basically these people are symptomatic. When you look at animals, the slaughter animals, you can see they have granulomatous lesions, so they are symptomatic. So do they have NTM, and which is the prevalent NTM? And also link that with the environment, the environmental factors that influence or normally helps this NTM to thrive maybe in the water. Then probably later on help come up with control measures to prevent that transmission dynamic. So basically that's the aim.
Thank you. Then it means we are looking for possibility of for it being zoonotic. Is it what because affecting both animals and man, is that the possibility we are looking at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm always editor. Thank you so much, Zakayo, for the good work that you're doing. So, to make an inquiry on the same, that is the NTM, and the work that you are currently working on. Well, okay, so basically, I want to imagine that NTM is all revolving about the and around the human, animal, and the environment. So, I'd like to make an inquiry if there is a system or a way that the sub-Saharan Africa can have a joint, this is the health systems surveillance system that that can be used to monitor and respond effectively to these NTMs, and also checking the feasibility in the economical and remaining within the boundaries of the economical systems of various African countries that we are having with the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, you asked about surveillance system. Before now developing a surveillance system, one of the things is that we need to show the presence of this NTM by publishing the data that is generated by the National Tuberculosis Reference Lab regarding the presence of non-tuberculous mycobacteria. And of course, when we also look at the presence of NTM in animals and also in water, I believe that will help come up with a system, a surveillance system. So we are not yet there, but the findings that we're going to get from this will help come up with a surveillance system. Then the other question, sorry, I didn't get it, about economic factors.
Oh, it was just revolving around the surveillance system, whereby you remain within the boundaries of the feasibility of economical standards of most African countries.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we aim maybe to use the existing surveillance systems, public health surveillance system, just to reduce on the, I don't know if I got your question right, but if there are existing surveillance system for infectious disease that are found in the environment to humans and animals, so maybe we can use the existing system. I don't know if I answered.
Okay, thank you. Maybe my question didn't intend to mention on the existing surveillance system, but the existing economical standards, which basically help gauge the standards of the African, that nation of the African and its resources, So the balance and how these resources can be used effectively to develop the same systems that we can now use to monitor and have the surveillance of the same.
All right. Maybe I'll see you later so that we can discuss further about that. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe I can ask a question from Hamlet. Do you want to find out the availability of resources that would do the surveillance like any other disease that we have on the ground, or what is the economical relationship, the economics relationship with the question you're asking the presenter? Maybe you can clarify that.
Okay, thank you. The economic relationship between developing surveillance systems and the economic bit versus the surveillance systems, definitely you must have stable economic standards, and you must be having that, you know, the economical standard that is able to reach the standard and be able to stand in for the same as for the systems. So that's why I was inquiring on the development of these, if these African and sub-Saharan countries can be able to come up with joint surveillance systems, of course considering the economic and the feasibility of the resources that are available to be for use in the same.
I guess we can use the existing surveillance system instead of us developing another surveillance system for NTM, because we have a public health system, environmental system that normally looks at infectious diseases. So we can still use that, the existing one. Yeah.
Daktari, I have one for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to know, you mentioned that the PCR machines that are used for the Mycobacterium TB would not detect easily, do not have the high sensitivity to detect the NTM, right? And but in your review, did you find any country that had specific treatments, specific investigative machines which would detect it easily? And do they respond to this? Is it culture and sensitivity that they are doing? And treatment, are there any specific treatments, like we have a regimen for Mycobacterium or not?
All right.
From your exploration.
Yes, PCR is quite sensitive, but it only targets or normally identifies the organism of interest. So in this case, when we're talking about one has been sent to the lab for TB diagnosis, the sputum sample that will be provided will only look at TB. If NTM is present, of course, it won't tell you that the TB is there. So what normally happens after that, or what these studies have done, is that those sputum samples that test negative for TB, they analyze them further using what we know as NTM-specific analysis. So in that, you are able to detect the presence of NTM, and you're able to find out now the species that are there. Yes. Then treatment, we have treatments which are specific for NTM. So we have macrolides and aminoglycosides, which are normally used for 2 years. And you find that this treatment sometimes can be quite expensive. And one of the recommendations is that once we show the public health significance of NTM, probably the TB program can take it up and be able now to supply this medication for free for those who have NTM. And the other problem that we also have is that most of the healthcare workers are not aware about NTM. So if they find that the symptoms are similar to that of TB, so they'll just give TB treatment. But one of the things is that I think the TB program needs to have NTM treatment in one of part of its standard.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, another one here.
Okay, mine is just an input. You have a human component to the study,
Yes.
which you're looking at the symptomatic patients who have tested negative for TB.
Yes.
And therefore, maybe you can widen the scope of the study, especially on the human component, so that you can be able to see the problem of NTMs that actually exists. Because that can lead us to developing a treatment protocol, which I don't think it exists at the moment. Yeah, because if you have a lot of symptomatic patients who are being missed, and therefore they are continually suffering, and without any treatment, yet when they come for TB, it is negative, TB diagnosis is negative. Therefore, if you can increase the the scope, so that you have as many patients who are symptomatic but negative, so that you can be able to look at the prevalence of NTM in these patients. And therefore, if the burden of NTM in the humans is so big, that can actually justify change of policy and therefore development of a treatment protocol and also the diagnosis protocol, which again doesn't exist. So that's my...
Thank you for that. Yes. In fact, that's something we did when I was, that was my project for PhD. So I went to the National TB Reference Lab and looked at, all these samples which are normally sent there. There are patients who have been diagnosed with TB. So I looked at those that have, that the culture was actually positive for mycobacteria. But then when I did genotypic studies looking at the species, found out that 70% of these actually had NTM. 166, I had the initial sample size was 166. Then 142 out of these 166 had NTM. Yes, so it's something that can actually inform a policy and help develop a treatment plan for them. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakai, for that very, very informative presentation. Colleagues, I'm told that you're getting late for tea. I think we'll have a health break, and then when we come back, we'll have a presentation from one
waiting for the guy to come back.
Even the red ones, come to the second row at least. Yeah. Yeah, you have an opportunity to sit on the red chairs. Come down. Come down. Yeah, come to the, yeah. You are afraid. We are welcoming you. Come down. They occupy those ones. Okay. Students, our students and other attendees, I think the moment, especially the nursing students, you have been waiting for has come. We are going to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Hector Rosso from Watson Caring Science Institute in the US, Florida. And he is a global director, Watson Caring Science. And we welcome him. He will say more about himself when he comes to the front. Dr. Hector, welcome. Yeah.
Well, hello. Hello. Good morning. How are you? How are you? Good? Good? Was a good day? Okay. So I'm happy, really happy to have a lot of students because this is so important for learn in this time, in this moment. And you know, all the time we are a student. I a student right now. I student my postdoctoral, so I a student. So all the time we teaching and all the time we learn. So it's so important for the future. So I'm so happy to be here with all of you today. It's an honor to me to present today with all of you. I say thank you to Naomi and Marijo, I can see right now, and all authority for the Meru University. Thank you for this opportunity to present with you. So today I want to talk about unitary caring science. What is about caring science? What is about the theory of Shane Watson? And also I want to talk about what is the Watson Caring Science Institute, what is our goal, and the different activities we have. I original from Uruguay. Uruguay is a little country in South America. So my first language is Spanish. So maybe my English is a little strong for you. Okay? All right. So, what is caring science? Unitary caring science is a sacred science embedded in a multidimensional framework, philosophical, ethical, ontological, and epistemological, that transcends technique and worldview of separation. Transpersonal caring, compassion, and loving kindness are the vibratory core of human presence and connection, the very essence of nursing. So you have a little definition about caring science. So I want to explain a little about caring science. As Watson, Smith, and Butcher, they define a new paradigm. The new paradigm is unitary caring science. And this new paradigm, we have 4 theories, big theories. Today we put focus on Watson, human caring, and unitary caring science. But you have other theories, like Boyken and Schopenhauer, with the theory of nursing and caring. So you are interested in this theory, you can find the book it's free. You can find in Florida Atlantic University. Martha Roger, I don't know if you learn about this. Martha Roger is a Science of Unitary Human Being, and Leninger, Transcultural Nursing. See? We have a lot of middle range theory. I put some example, like Marilyn Wright with the theory of autocratic caring, and Marlene Smith with the theory of unitary caring. This theory, the Smith, is so interesting because it's a mixture of Watson and Roger. Okay? And she have a special book. I put I put here. You can find. It's a book who define all this theory very well. And we have also some philosopher to help this unitary caring sign. We have Masherov. He have a special book on caring, and they have the caring ingredients. And we have Roach. They have his theories about caring for the human way of being, and it's important the 6 C's of caring. Okay, so you have idea what is about caring sign. Caring sign is bigger, not it's only Watson. Okay. So today I want to talk about the theory of Jean Watson, but first I want to introduce her and introduce in the human way. So Jean Watson is a mother, her mother is a grandmother, and also right now she have a new, we have a new ingredient in the family, and she is a great grandmother. She's a nurse, she's a theoretical visionary leader, intellectual courage, a woman of humanistic and altruistic value who practice loving kindness, compassion, and equanimity. So we have here some book. Watson wrote a lot of book, but with this diapo I want to speak about the evolution of unitary caring sign. So Jean Watson started her theory in 1979. See? And she wrote the philosophy and science of caring. See? And then she wrote more than 40 different books. I put the more important. See? And then in 1999 she have the postmodern nursing and beyond. And in 2008 she have the revision of this. So this time is so important, and also this time is so important. When she wrote this theory, she talking about the factories, okay? And here she changed, the theory have evolution, and she introduced the Caritas process. Caritas process we talking later, okay? Then she wrote a book about human caring science. For the reason we're talking about unitary caring sign and human caring. And this is other important time, 2018, because this theory continue evolution, and she include unitary here, unitary caring sign. See? So this is important time in the evolution of the theory. Later we have some book like A Miracle and Mystery. When we're talking about the 10 Caritas process, the number 10 is about be open to the miracles and mysteries. Mm-hmm. Then 2021 she wrote Caring Sign as Sacred Science. This is about Modern Sutra from Nurses, 23, and the new one in 25 is Metaphysics of Watson Unitary Caring Science. And this we have some book because I work globally. I work with many groups in Latin America. So we speak Spanish or Portuguese. So we have book also in this language. So about the philosophy, I want to say relational care of oneself and others based on a moral foundation of love and compassion. Ethics understand that all people in their human essence deserve dignity and care, and practice a guide that flame life from a heart-centered consciousness. Basic principle of the theory. So, practice of loving kindness and equanimity. Care for others, being with care for yourself. And this point is so important because we need care first for oneself, for yourself. This is important. You can give what you don't have. So you need to put care before, first for you, for care others. The cultivation of one's spiritual practice toward the integrity of mind, body, and spirit beyond the ego. Develop and maintain relationship of loving, trusting, and caring. And this is so important because we have this, we have the element to have the transpersonal moment. And transpersonal moment is when we have a special relation. Is so deep this relation, who is touch the soul, the one person who we care for the nurse. Authentic presence, making faith and hope possible. And to be the environment of care and healing and to allow miracles. So I like to mention that. She, in the book, we talk in the caring sign and sacred sign, she introduced the 7 Sutra, and Sutra is an invitation to be in harmony with the environment and nature, to peace, to open oneself to universal love, to the energetic field of moments of care by recognizing nurse is as a sacred science, is so important, sacred science, which allows the transcendence of oneself as a nurse of the person, the family, and the community. And the 7 Sutra is stillness, silence, solitude, spirit, simplicity, service, and surrender. Micro-practice. This is so important in this theory. And what is micro-practice? In unitary caring sign are action, activities, or ritual that the nurse performs to integrate Caritas consciousness in the middle of the clinical, academical, and personal routine. So I put some example there. So for example, hand washing and mindful centering. So at the time you wash your hand, you can have a little centering, maybe put focus on your breath, and you have a little moment with connection with yourself. Healing environment. We have something we mentioned about wax-on room. It's like this in the photo at the bottom. It's a special room. Some universities and some hospitals in US and Latin America, they have this. And this is not for have breakfast or for have meat. You know, it's for have a relaxed time. When you are so stressful, you can go to this place, you can have a little meditation, you have a special music, you can maybe painting mandalas. So it's so important, this. See? We say Watson room, okay? Meditation, and when we're talking about meditation, you don't need to meditate for 2 hours. Only 3 minutes, 5 minutes is good. Aesthetic and unitary caring sign, the aesthetic is so important in nursing, especially in caring signs. So narrative, book of miracle and poem or haiku like this, you can healing when you write something. See? It's so important. And also you can express your feeling through your write. We're talking later about haiku, what is haiku. Walking is a very, very good micro practice. I have this all morning. I live in Florida. I cross the street, I have the beach. So I get up very early, 5:30, and I go to walk. I want to watch the sunrise, and I have a little meditation. All this is about 2 hours for me. but I start my day with this. It's so important for me. And sun activity with Pachamama. In Latin America, we say Pachamama, Mother Earth. So it's so important in this theory, have the connection with Mother Earth. See? And this is a photo of Shin Watson, the theorist. You can see she's part of this activity in Mexico, and we're sharing with Native people. The name is SETI. So this is an example about micro-practice. So this is the 10 Caritas process, and my colleague can give to you. You can take one and sharing with others. So the 10 Caritas process is so important in this theory. I think it's the more important in this theory. So this guy asks care for others. Yes? And it's no matter, it's not in order. We put number, but it's the first is not important, the second or the third. So sometimes you use some, and sometimes you use all, sometimes, yeah? So it's important to understand. So the 10 Caritas process, I don't go deep in, but I have a video of Shin Watson, and she explained. So you have the card, so take with you. And only one mention the first word. This is Caritas Veritas. So embrace is the number one, loving kindness. Second is spite, faith and hope. Third is truth, personal, transpersonal moment, what we're talking about. Nurture, relationship, forgive, holding space. 6 is deepen, creative self. 7 is balance, learning. And 8 is co-create, the Caritas field. 9 is minister, humanity. And 10 is open, infinity. So I want to post this video. This video is about Shin Watson. She explained to you what it's about. She explained what it's about micro-practice. She's talking about a little the theory, but more important in this video, she's talking about the 10 Caritas process, one for one. So I let you put attention on that. So I don't mention before, but she was so happy also that the Watson Caring Sign Institute is here with all of you, and she sent her love for all of you. So we pass the video.
This is Jean Watson, and I'm so happy to be able to greet you from afar. And it is really my treat to share with you my work in a way that will help you advance the practice, your professional practice model of human caring. And I want to start by saying you really matter, and this work really starts with you. But before we can go into the theory itself, I want to update you on the science model, which is underpinning the theory of human caring and the 10 Caritas processes. And this evolution of our discipline and of the model of science with caring science takes us to another dimension of consciousness, of our intentionality, and a deeper ethic and value system, and a deeper philosophical orientation that we make explicit as part of our foundation for professional practice. So with this, with the discipline, and with the evolution of science, of caring science, of unitary caring science, brings us to another worldview. It is a quantum universe. So this worldview is one of unity that connects all of us and planet Earth. And with this, we start with this ethic of belonging, that we all belong to this infinite field of universal love. And that ethic of belonging unites us across time and space and physicality and restores our humanity, the light of our humanity. This work also within the science model makes explicit the philosophical orientation that we have toward another human being, that we honor the unity of mind, body, spirit in relation to the whole of the field in which they're existing. We also bring in the ethics of face. The only way we can sustain our humanity at this point in human history is through the face-to-face connection. This restores us and allows us to move beyond the body physical to the connectedness of one to the other. And the third part of the science model that incorporates the unitary caring science has to do with the ethics of hands. That we metaphorically and literally hold another person's life in our hands. And this is a gift. It's a silent demand. When we see another person in need, it's an ethical call for us to respond. And the hands are connected to the heart. So a simple micro practice for you to soothe yourself, to calm yourself, and connect your heart and your hands is just an exercise for your self-care. Is to simply rub your hands together like this as a simple act. It's a micro practice that allows you to just kind of calm yourself in the moment. Another simple thing you can do for yourself with your hands is to embrace yourself and feel those heart and arms going across your heart, and embrace yourself as a simple micro practice to take care of yourself. Another simple gesture with your hands, connecting with your heart, is to soothe your brow like this. It's something we do kind of unconsciously. And to also underneath your eyes, like you're wiping away your tears. These are all physiologically based micro practices that connect the hands and the heart. So I invite you to step into caring science with this broader value system, this deeper philosophical orientation, this deeper ethic, and then we step into the theory itself. And the theory itself has three main parts that I want to emphasize. The first is actually the worldview that I've just been describing of this unitary field and the values and ethics that inform that. But the second part of the structure of the theory is actually the 10 Caritas processes that are now considered universals of human caring that you're practicing every single day. But the essence and where this theory is lived out is through you in those caring moments. And when you have those caring moments with another human being, you know that you're making a difference. And these caring moments are transpersonal. Transpersonal means it's beyond the ego. You are there to serve. You are there to offer this compassion, human service. You are there with your compassion for yourself, welcoming and greeting that other person, holding sacred space for them in that moment. And this is where the Caritas processes are lived out in that moment. And I'll go through the Caritas processes in a moment, but the next part of the theory, for the whole structure of this practice model, has to do with the caring, healing modalities. So in this framework, with this value system, with this philosophical, ethical orientation, you're not just going in and doing a task or a procedure or a medical intervention or a nursing procedure. What you're actually doing, you understand, you're reframing this in your consciousness. You're actually offering a caring and healing modality to that person. That's at one level. But at another level, you're beginning to offer all these caring, energetic caring and healing modalities that are now becoming mainstream, such as reflexology, such as massage, such as intentional touch, healing touch, therapeutic touch, music, sound. But the irony is, and the sort of the awakening up is related to the fact that these practices that I'm referring to are already in the text of Notes on Nursing of Nightingale, because she writes about auditory, visual, sensory, olfactory, tactile, color, light, form, beauty. Every day the patient should have something beautiful to look at. These are her words. She also said, why have intellect, these moral ideals and these ethics that we have, and passion? This invites our passion and purpose back into our reason for being. So these caring healing modalities that are energetic are now mainstream as nursing modalities. They're not alternative, they're mainstream. The way in which you enter that space with another person, when you open that door, you seek to see who is that spirit-filled person behind the disease, behind the diagnosis, behind the behavior you may not even approve of. How do you hold that space and your open heart with compassion to receive them and to seek to see who they are beyond the outer face, the interface that you face with them? So this is a shift in our consciousness. This is an elevation of consciousness. It is also an elevation of nursing itself in terms of advancing your professional practices. This is what you're offering to humanity to sustain human caring and healing and health as our global covenant with the world and why we even exist. So with that context, now I'd like to go through the 10 Caritas processes because when you are practicing human caring, when you are in those caring moments, these are the kind of things that you are actually manifesting. This is your ways of being. So when you step into caring science, when you step into this deeper unitary worldview and value system that we make explicit, honoring the unity of the mind, body, spirit, of self and other, when you step into this, in these moments, you are manifesting, you are shifting from doing nursing to being nursing. So this is the ontology of being nursing, are through these 10 Caritas processes that are now considered universals of human caring. And the first one has to do with our values, sustaining our values, the very core, the underpinning of these timeless, eternal ways in which we honor our humanity and sustain humanity. But how do we do that? How do we sustain these humanistic, altruistic values? The first Caritas process is the practice of loving kindness and equanimity and compassion with yourself first. So every day you have to cultivate micro moments in which you're taking care of yourself. Always returning to your heart, always returning to that quiet place inside, returning to your breath, returning to these micro practices to calm you, to soothe you in that moment. Perhaps even hold a cotton ball with the aromatherapy of lavender, just to kind of soothe yourself as a reminder of this tenderness that you hold for yourself, and therefore you can hold it for the other. So that is the very first Caritas process, and there are many, many, many millions of ways of micro practices that help you sustain this, and you have to find your own way. But you cannot sustain human caring for others unless you begin to sustain this for yourself and have your own practice. The second Caritas process has to do with enabling the faith and hope of another person and their belief system, working from their frame of reference, transcending all the diversity, uniting us in our common humanity, and working from their frame of reference. What is their belief system? What are their values? What is the meaning this holds for them, this diagnosis, this treatment, the way in which they're cared for? And that can be manifest through your authentic presence, just your authenticity and your presence in that moment with them, working from their frame of reference, lifting them up with faith and hope. This too is what you're offering to humanity. This is what you're doing when you're practicing nursing as being nursing. The third Caritas process is this ongoing journey that we all have, all of our life journey, to advance ourselves, to have a deeper depth of our own spirituality. And this is where you have to find your own practice. Perhaps every morning when you wake up, you offer gratitude. You have tenderness and compassion for yourself. You stop judging yourself. And if you're not judging yourself, then you resist judging others. So these are simple practices to help you sustain your own integrity, your own self-care, your own self-worth, your own sense of you matter, and you have to take care of yourself. This invites you into art and aesthetics, nature, seeing the beauty. This is back to Nightingale. We all need beauty. Beauty is healing. I had a patient once tell me that she was starved for a work of art. So this too is part of the artistry, and the new definition of nursing incorporates and integrates the art and the science of caring as the latest definition, and our compassionate presence and our healing and this connectedness of all. These are all reflected in the new current ANA definition, which has been recently revised. So the fourth Caritas process has to do with relationship caring. It has to do with forming, sustaining, and cultivating these trusting, caring relationships with ourselves first, and therefore with others. And this is the core of everything is in relationship as part of a caring science framework with the unitary field. The fifth Caritas process is one that many people love best. I've actually had a physician tell me that he was using this process along with number 8 as a way to improve his practice. And this has to do with we, allowing for the expression of positive and negative feelings by authentically listening to another person's story. And we're holding that sacred space, just listening, not trying to solve anything, not trying to fix anything, helping them to hear themselves. And we now know, too, that patients are now seeking the meaning. What is the meaning behind their condition? So you help them to hear themselves and what they really need to know from their own self. That we're so busy, we can't even hear our own self think. So this, too, is part of the Caritas processes of how you are authentically present to another person. And the sixth one has to do with moving beyond this problem solving. We're all involved in problem solving. But if you put energy into the problem, then you're going to have the problem be focused bigger and bigger and bigger. But in this model of caring science, with this consciousness, this shift of our awareness, we move from problems to relationship-centered care. We shift from problems to strength-based nursing. We shift from this linear model of checklist to authentic presence, to creativity, to finding new solutions. So it's solution seeking, and strength-based nursing is what we're engaged in. And you're doing this already. You're doing all of these. You are being nursing. When you are being nursing instead of doing nursing, this is the way in which you are practicing your professional practices. So this too is part of your awakening and part of our elevating our practices so that we have more conscious, more intentional. We have the language to define what it is we're actually doing and being when we are practicing caring. The seventh one has to do with teaching and learning. And nurses have always had an educational role as part of our practice model. But it's often been one of just giving people information. But in this model, we wake up and realize that information is not knowledge. And knowledge is not necessarily understanding. And understanding is not necessarily taking it in and actually making it our knowledge or your knowledge to use it for yourself and interpret it, which would lead to wisdom. So when you're practicing caring in these Caritas processes, you become a wisdom worker. This is the latest version of nursing. You're wisdom workers. You're not just knowledge workers, you're wisdom workers because you've integrated all this history and these experiences and yourself and these expanded ways of knowing. So this work of caring science allows us to embrace your personal knowledge, your intuitive knowledge, your ethical knowledge, your aesthetic knowledge, as well as your empirical and technical knowledge and spiritual knowing. All of these are embraced in this teaching and learning and in the relationship that we have with another person. The eighth Caritas process has to do with the environment. And this is interesting because there are different ways of thinking about the environment. At the one level, we're in this physical field together with another person, looking out into this physical environment. And in here, in the first instance, these are all very important. We pay attention to safety, cleanliness, hygiene, aesthetics, etc. But if you have a theory to guide your practice in thinking about environment, you would realize that you are in that environment with that person, creating a new energetic field in that moment. Every moment is different. So in that moment, you can actually help to repattern that field through your consciousness, through your intentionality, through your soothing and voice and environment. Actually, Nightingale talked about the human voice is very soothing, or it could be very cruel. And noise is really one of the most intrusive, cruel things for patients is noise. So this too is part of the healing environment. You are the environment. And this is where you can begin to bring in those caring and healing modalities to help repattern the environment and elevate nursing qua nursing instead of nursing qua medicine. This is a very important shift for us to wake up to. So these caring healing modalities become more advanced. And then at the third level of environment, we begin to realize that you are the environment. We can have the most beautiful physical environment or the most depressing physical environment, but you there make the difference. So your loving consciousness, your loving presence, your listening, your energetic field of compassion is all contributing to opening up the space for that person to access their own inner healing. So we become the agent for healing. And the ninth Kirtas process has to do with those basic needs that we do every single day. And that is this reverentially honoring and helping another person with their basic needs. And here, though, in this consciousness, this caring science becomes sacred science. And this is like, these are sacred acts of touching another life and the soul of another person as well as their body. So the 10th Kirtas process then is just, we don't have all the answers. And we have to be open to those unknown, spiritual, existential, mysterious miracles happening all the time now. More and more people are starting to engage in self-healing and opening to the miracles in their life. So all of these 10 Kirtas processes provide you with the language of the phenomena of human caring. And from these 10 Kirtas processes, we have 5 that are now measured and be able to be measured in your institution. Was your care delivered with loving kindness? Did you have a trusting relationship with your practitioner? Were your basic needs met with dignity? Did you experience a healing environment? And were your values and beliefs honored? So these 5 items are now considered part of the national database for measuring outcomes of caring. These are the only measures that allow us to have data on the patient's experience of caring. All the other measures that are being used in hospitals and institutional criteria are about the external. It's not about the patient and their own experience. So now we're finding a direct relationship statistically between these Kirtas processes, some of these, and patient experiences satisfaction, as well as nurses' satisfaction and the environmental shift. So all of these take place in the caring moment. I welcome you to be in touch with me, Jean at watsonCaringScience.org. God bless and namaste.
All right. I have a new for you. You are the first. She's working in the 11 Caritas process right now. So in the future we have 11. It's about embrace veritas. Okay. Now I want to sharing with you about what is Watson Caring Science Institute. It was established in August 29 in 2007. It's an international no-profit corporation that promotes the unitary philosophy, theories, and practice of caring science. Developed by Dr. Shane Watson Watson Care in Sign is a transdisciplinary approach that incorporates the art and the science of nursing and include concepts from the field of philosophy, ethics, ecology, and mind, body, spirit medicine. Watson Care in Sign Institute have affiliate institutions, national and international. Okay, we have also group, country group. What is different? But this is an institution. So in US, you can see we have, for example, Stanford Healthcare. So we have University of Miami, Vanderbilt. We have, for example, Border Community in Colorado. We have New York State, and so on. And internationally, we have 2 universities affiliated. One is in Chile, Universidad Santo Tomás, and the other is in China. We have this is we say this is a Caritas Regional Consortia. A consortia is like a group, but it's a group in US. So they divide for region. So we have California, Hawaii, Middle East, and Florida. So this is what the group is around the US. Okay. But we have about Watson Care in Sign Global. And this started with a Latin American group. So first I want to share with you about the global. What I mentioned, we start all this work with Latin America, but a globally way we have Kenya, who is the first country group in Africa. So, clap for that. Naomi Mutea is the coordinator. So, I really invite you to be part of the group. Okay. So we have France, Care in Sign France, in Europe. We have Global Alliance for Human Care in Education. This is Canada, and we have nurses in the Middle East. But you know now it's a big problem in the Middle East, so this group is paused. So I mentioned we have the first group in Africa, who is Kenya, Watson Care in Sign Kenya. So this started maybe 1 year ago, 1 year and a half, no, 2 years. When it started the Kenya group? 1 year and a half. Yeah, I was here 2 years ago and was amazing the experience with all the students. Maybe someone is here. Also, Mary Jo and Naomi, she was with us in the last conference last year in November in Florida. Yes. So really, again, you really like be part of the Kenya group, please contact Naomi Mutea. And also we have the Latin American group. As I mentioned, we have different countries. We have Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama, Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, and the Ibero Peninsula is Europe, Portugal, and Spain. What is in common with this whole country? We speak Spanish or Portuguese. Okay? But this idea is coming from the Latin America, the global country group. So we have a special membership, and this is important for because the member, the group, have facility for different stuff like webinars and other benefits later we can talking about. And this is the logos. All countries have a special logo, represent they in the country, and they represent Watson Care in Sign in their country, like Kenya represent here in your country. Remember we're talking about haiku. Haiku is two colleagues present this book, Dr. Janet Moreno and Dr. Sean Anderson, and she created this beautiful book. It's about human caring through healing, haiku, mindful journaling for healthcare providers. So haiku is a poem, it's a short poem. The methodology is write a very short poem. So after that, you write this. They have in the book, they guide you to different micro practice. So you start the micro practice to healing through your writing. It's so special. So you want to start micro practice, I recommend this book. Okay, I have one personal book. This is Spiritual Awakening of an Nurse, from the death of a child to loving kindness. So this is start my journey in caring science. I have difficult situation with my daughter. All the time I have a special conference. I mention her, and it's so important for me. And Julieta, she started with cancer when she was 6 years, and she died with 13 years. Okay, she had un sarcoma in the face. Okay, this book helped me a lot to healing my grief. So it's a long story. Only I like to say a little resume. This book have 4 chapters. The first 2 chapters talking about the process, the Julieta with the cancer, and all what happened in this time, the different surgeries, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, all this. And the third chapter is about my grief, and the 4th chapter is about my new journey in caring science. Well, I like to say to you, she was my master in my life. She teaching a lot about life. And someone of you like to work with pediatric students, like to work with pediatric oncology or palliative care? No? You? Do you want to have my book? Do you want to have my book? Okay. For you. Welcome. I have 3 books more for give to you. I have the Miracle and Mystery. I have the Mother Sutra from nurses. And I have the Caring Science as Sacred Science. So, who won this book? Aha, now all you have. Okay, maybe you write in a paper your name, and we put in a bag, and what I finish my presentation, I pick one and give to you. Okay? Yeah? Right. Perfect. Okay, this is something for only you know. We have different articles. This is the new article in Caring Science. It's only for you know. You have the reference there. You can look. But this is the last work by Jim Watson. What is nursing and science? Vision Unitary Caring Science. This is other colleague who wrote about a paper about compassion without fatigue in Unitary Caring Science. This is implementation of care agreement for the CACTU program for mother of children with autism spectrum disorder, and this is with the framework of the Caring Science. So this is only for you know. You have some article, new article there. This is something important. This is the Caritas Coach Education Program. This is a course, 6 months course. We have we started the course 45. We have this version in English and Spanish right now, and becoming a Caritas coach is like you are specialized in the 10 Caritas process and the theory of Jim Watson, and also is a journey for yourself. And this is month you have the process for healing yourself. So it's a special program. So We have totally more than 1,000 coaches around the world, specific in US, but it's growing in Latin America. We have 55 and we have 16 right now on the course who graduate in October. So in 1 month, in 2 months, we have more than 70. So I hope in the future we can have Caritas coach in Africa. You know are Caritas coach, no? Not yet. Caritas coach? You are Caritas coach? No. Maybe I say no. You know. Okay. All right. This is some paper talking about the evaluation chain in caring behavior and Caritas coaches, pre and post test. So this is the proof. This program is good. Okay, you can go this reference, and you can have, and also we have the same in Spanish, the evaluation. So the 2 evaluation is so good. Sometimes the people ask me, what we apply this in the real life? So you can apply the caring science in different way, but we have a database. The project, when the Caritas coach finish the program, they need to create a final project. So in the Watson Caring Science Institute, we have a database. You have maybe more than 500 different projects. So you can pick up one and you can see what it's about. So for example, this is when I finished the Caritas Coach program, my project was to write my book, but it was a project. 1 year later, I have my book. My book original is in Spanish. Later we translate it through English. But for example, this person, the Stanford, she created a practice loving kindness. So, and you have other example here. For example, the Kaiser Permanente. Cultivate resilient micro-practice for disciplinary leaders through our daily safety briefing, and so on. Okay, this is we have a special community, we say Caritas community. We started in 24. It's a special meeting we have. We started with Mexico in 24. And this year also was in Uruguay, so it's a special meeting. We are together and we live caring sign. But we can talk today about caring sign, but it's not the same to live caring sign. In 25, we have this meeting in Peru, in Bolivia, and Portugal, and also in Colombia. And this year, we started in February with Mexico again, what I mentioned in the photo with Jim. Uruguay, Argentina was in May, and Chile also in May. And yesterday, we have a special workshop with Kenya group. So it was a special time. Thank you for being part of this meeting. And maybe later, when I finish, you can share in something about what happened in this meeting. So again, so you really be part of this, students are very welcome also contacting Naomi Mutea. Some activity we have a Caring Science present that transform health. This is a webinar we have in September 9. It's for Latino culture. It's in Spanish and Portuguese, but to 2 to 3:30 the night, Miami time or Easter time of the US. I think it's around 9 here. I think it's 9 p.m. here. You have the possibility to hear, listen Shin Watson, but she speaks English, so we translate to the other people. Okay, so you are very welcome. If you want to stay with Watson, and you can ask questions. All this is good. It's so good. Okay. Also, we have a conversation with Dr. Shin Watson. We have 2 a year. all the time is in May and October. The next is in October 20. Is 1 p.m. It's 1 hour less, so it's maybe 8 p.m. for you, your time. And this is English also, so you are very welcome. It's totally free, this activity. You can have connection with Wax and ask questions, so it's so good. Finally, I want to share in this special activity. We have a conference all years. The last year was in Florida, and I mentioned we have members of the Kenya group with us. It's so special. It's so different conference. It's more holistic way. We are holistic nurse, so it's different the academia. It's more workshop. It's more about express emotion. It's about that. It's more different dynamic, meditation, haiku, painting. It's all about. It's more the aesthetic way in nursing. And the next is this year is November 2021, and it's Science and Soul, Advancing Healthcare Through Caritas Practice, and it's in Nashville, Tennessee. You are very welcome. You can. So thank you so much for your attention and the reference there. So thank you. You have the paper. You have the paper. Not yet. Coming to the
Hello. Good. Thank you so much, Hector, for that in-depth and very good presentation. And I think all of us have had something here, even those who are not in nursing. You have had the self-care, care for oneself before you can deal with the others. And I think that is very important for each one of us in today's stressful world. We live in a very fast-pacing world, and for this, we all need to take care of ourselves before we think of even our work. Dr. Hector, this is a special class in terms of the caring science, because it was a class that occurred after your visit. I taught them the fundamentals where they learned the what's on caring science after your visit in October 2024, and we had a class with them in 2025, January. Is that so? Yes. So the class is very, very much aware, and I can see most of it is here. Most of them are here, and therefore you are likely to get members, most members of the School of Nursing from this particular class. The rest of us, I believe, we've really benefited from this, because that is where we begin, by caring for ourselves before even we care for our families, our employees or colleagues, and so on. Thank you so much, Hector, for this great presentation.
Very welcome.
And now
we have the book. We take the book. First, we stay with Miracle and Mystery. Okay?
I can see the dean here.
All right.
She is voting on who is getting the books.
Who is?
So let's see. This is becoming more interesting. Wow.
Who's
This is great. We have the first recipient of the book as Viola Cherotich.
All right.
Please come down and receive your book, Viola. Nice. She had showed interest in attending last year's conference.
Thank you so
but
much. That's for you.
The circumstances surrounding travel and all that caused limited. But now you see. The next one?
The next is Mother Sutra. So we pick one. It's for you. Tan 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 tan. Tan 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 tan.
This is interesting. The next one is Joanne. Where are you?
Oh, Joanne. What is inside? What is inside?
Yes.
What happened with the other side?
Joanne. This is very interesting.
Okay, the last one.
The last one?
Getting
Let's
science,
see.
sacred science.
Yes, the sacred science. Let's see.
Oh my gosh, it's coming many together.
Okay. Ha. The next one is Brian Lutz. Where are you? Brian?
Brian, where? The other side.
Good, well done among the men. Was lucky one. But you can always share because you are all in this. Most of you are in the same class.
Thank you so much.
So this has become quite interesting, and now we invite questions from the plenary, and I mean for us to hear from Dr. Hector Moore. So please, you are most welcome for comments, questions, or otherwise. Welcome. Welcome. Questions and clarifications or other interactions?
Maybe it's no one, or maybe we. Oh.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Abraham Kemoy. So, as much as Jean Watson is concerned, we are saying that nursing is not only concerned with the caring of the disease, but also with promoting healing and caring compassion. So, how will Jean Watson handle emergency? How is it applied in emergency whereby there is critical care settings where rapid interventions are required? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, but what I mentioned, my first language is Spanish, so I need to. My friend here, he helped me. So you're talking about the intensive care?
Yes.
Okay. I say it's two different meanings there. As a nurse, in intensive care is a very hard work. I worked for 5 years in neonatology, intensive care, and it's so important you put care for yourself. What we're talking about, this is so important, this theory. Care for yourself. And the other way, and the second way, is put focus in the patient. But as a nurse, you put focus on all the body, all the procedure you need to have, but also you go more far. So you go also to what happened with the person spiritual, see they need some support, maybe a priest or whatever you can find, or maybe he can express, the patient can express the emotion they have. So sometimes we have the rule very so square, the rule, especially intensive care, and sometimes the family is outside and they can inside. So we need to have the possibility in some moment this person have connection with the family. Yes, if it's a pediatric, we need support the parent, the mother and father, you know. So it's like I want to say to this.
Hi again.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the book. I think my journey to oncology nursing has a pivotal turn. And then second, say hi to Jean Watson. She has given us a very good lecture. I loved it.
That's good.
Okay, I also have to say this. Say hi to Luis Suarez. Okay, I love football. Okay, and then on the last part, I have realized over time, since you are taught from Dr. Naomi, Jean Watson is from US, Colorado.
Yes.
And then from your presentation, I've realized that it's very much spread in the Southern America, and I think you have written Ibero America or something like that.
Yeah.
So I was thinking the same way that Gene Watson Caring Center has spread in Southern America, can we have maybe the factors? I can imagine where East Africa is having different centers of Gene Watson, and they are practicing the healing, the 10 karatas, if I'm not wrong. So I was reflecting on the point that if there is a certain formula that was used in Southern America, I imagine if it's applied here, it would be a success, and that would be good. So that's my...
Yeah, it's a so important question, because for this reason we create the country group. I started this my journey in caring science in 2018. Okay, I can only learn in English. For you, it's no problem, but you speak English. But a lot of countries around the world, they don't speak English. The nurses don't speak English. So it's so hard to understand this theory. For this reason, my goal 6 years ago, was to have this theory in Spanish and Portuguese. So we work in the courses, we work in the, translate the book, create different stuff. After that, when we started in Latin America, I say Latin America, and later Portugal say, hey, I want to share it with your group. I really want to share. And it's Portugal, it's Europe. Okay. Because they talk in Portuguese. And in Africa you have some countries speak Portuguese, but I think 5 or 6 countries around the world speak Portuguese. And Brazil is huge. So they say, okay, you can be part. So now it's not Latin America. So we need to say, what? Well, we have a word, Ibero-America is all. It's all Latin America plus Spain and Portugal. So for this reason now, we continue Latin because we start with Latin and we are so proud to be Latin America. And not coming the European and say now, no, Latin American first, and they, Ibero-America. For the reason that we use this, with respect for the Latin American people. And the idea is continue in Africa. So for the reason we create this country group, maybe they start sharing this theory. But what is important about this theory is you need to adapt the theory and your culture. No, it's the same what we use in Brazil or in US. You need to adapt this theory and your culture and your health system and your curriculum in the university. So this is important. For the reason we create the Kenya group. They can manage this and teaching and learn the caring science. And I hope this is the first country to the many they coming back. No? So thank you. I see someone in the corner.
Thank you. My name is Christine.
Yeah.
I'm a medical lab technologist.
Okay.
So we usually deal with human samples.
Yeah.
So how do I apply compassion and intentionality when I'm processing that sample? You know, that sample is a human spiritual extension of that patient, mind, body, and spirit. So how do I apply compassion when I'm processing the sample?
Okay. First, you need to have compassion for yourself. This is the first step. If you don't have compassion for yourself, it's impossible to share it with others. And the second, you need to create a special environment to have this. And this is what we're talking about, transpersonal moment. You need to create this environment, and you really be open, you as a health profession, to the patient. So you can have you not only put focus or put focus what I need to write in the study clinic or whatever. You need to put focus on what happened really with this person, what they feel, what they need. So nursing and other professions, I hope, they need to focus much on the humanity. But sometimes, it's something, a problem in the heart, the cardiologist only put focus on the heart. But this body is a complex, and all is connected. And it's only part, it's one system. the big system we have. So the nurse and the other profession, we need to focus on all. For this reason is unitary. But also, we are connecting with the environment outside. The nature is fundamental part to this. So you need to create a special environment for create the transpersonal moment. Okay? But you need to start with you.
Okay. Thank you, Christine. I just want to add on to what Dr. Hector said. I want to believe that you also handle the human beings on the process, because I don't know who collects the specimens for you to process. I want to believe you are the one who will go to the ward or who will meet the patient, and then you instruct them on how to collect the specimen. If it is withdrawing blood or sample, it is you who does that. So that is where you can apply the compassion. So first of all, yourself, and then now to your patient as you collect that specimen. And so that is another way where you can use with theory, this Watson theory, to apply compassion and those other characters that we've discussed. Thank you. Yeah, I also believe that the caring science, as it was described here, each one of us is capable of practicing the caring science towards yourself first, those you deal with as colleagues, those you deal with as your clients, your patients, so you can always be compassionate to each one of those, and also be open to miracles to happen. At that point, the Caritas number 10, think about it. Sometimes, even when we are caring for patients or even family members, you get so touched. Something happens that touches your soul. That triggers a connection that even makes you cry at times. But if you apply the compassion, the caring science as purely caring science, then you're able to interact with your patients, Christine, with your colleagues, and even with yourself. Because even if I think about the lab work, at that point, think about yourself. Be compassionate to yourself, because you are even exposed so much of the microorganisms and all the bacteria that comes to you in the lab, and the exposure of that specific particular environment, that space in the lab. So loving yourself, taking care of yourself, then by extension to the others. Thank you. Some more?
Okay, thank you. I am Omelette. That's my name. Okay, mine is not necessarily much of a question, but a compliment. First, is to appreciate you, Dr. for always showing up to this institution and making it what us understanding the words on caring science as an institution and as a faculty. Really appreciate. Number two, having learned about this science theory since I think I interacted with it when I was in first year, and definitely felt like that it's a system and it's a theory that's embraceable by all the healthcare professionals to achieving better and holistic care to the patients. I remember you handed me this leaflet when I was in first year, and up to date, I still have it. I've kept it just for myself. Just to mention, I'm equally the engine behind the Kenyan logo, the one that you have seen there. So I know it's a science that each and every one of us, if we embrace it, it will be an epitome to making the best service to the patients. So my request was, being that through Professor Naomi and the faculty and also the dean, we have had this caring sense for a while. It's good that we extend the boundaries to all other the healthcare sense students and also even the other institutions. So that at least, as we mentioned, the Watson Caring Science here at the Meru University, we're at a point that we can say that we have a branch somewhere and somewhere, so that at least we are able to spread this gospel further and further. And at the end of the day, I know, yeah, we're gonna make something good out of it. Thank you. Sorry?
A comment on that. We have opened ourselves to the whole of Kenya as well as East Africa, those who would like to join, since we are the first group in Africa. So we are open to the whole African continent. Already we have one member who is from Masinde Mulilo University. So you see we are spreading, though slowly but step by step we'll be there. And we want to increase our group, because I know us Kenyans are very proactive in new ideas, in embracing new ideas. So, and then we are hoping that next year the current Dean of Health Sciences will be able to attend. So even here in the university, we have not closed. We have opened to the whole university for membership, since the caring science can be embraced by all professions. So we are open to everyone in our university. And the Dean of Health Sciences yesterday, Dr. Patrick Kubai, expressed interest in taking membership and attending the community conference in Florida this year, in Tennessee this year. So we hope that will happen, and he can tag along other members. And we hope our COD will be soon also traveling for the same, for the conference, community conference, because we had a very good experience with Dr. Mary Joy last year. So all of you are open to this. I remember Viola had interest in attending, but the logistics of the process, difficult, a bit challenging, so she couldn't. Therefore, all of us are open to this, even the ICT group and everyone. They extend caring to us when we have issues with our computers. So all that can be done with compassion, the caring science compassion. So we are open, and we have welcomed everyone who is willing to join in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and the African continent at large, so that we could be as big as the what do you call it, the Latin America one. You call it, what do you call the Spanish group? Yes. So Caritas community, and we could expand. I had one of them asking if we could expand like them. We can, and we are capable of doing so. Thank you. I want to recognize this harmless. When we were looking for someone to craft for us the logo, we involved many people. and he happened, his drawing happened to win the group, the committee's approval. So we worked with him to create the logo. So this class is quite informed about the Watson Caring Science. By the way, remember he has mentioned that you don't have to work with only the caring science theory. You can use others like Martha Rogers, you all remember, Lineager, Callista, all those ones. They are possible interactions to use with the caring science. So you can always include each one, part of each of them. Yeah, and he mentioned FAO, that is the Florida Atlantic University. They use several of the theories, and their programs are purely based on caring science and other related theories. So you can now Google Florida Atlantic and see for yourselves what is there. Florida Atlantic University. Okay, I think more questions. Since we don't have our other presenters, we have time. You can always ask more questions if you have. If you do not have, we can. Okay, one more. Two. There are three more. There are quite a number.
Thank you for the presentation. Mine is just an encouragement, and of course is a good presentation. Wondering, for example, when you talk about philosophies, we also have communities with their own philosophies. So to our Kenyan healthcare givers and researchers, in what ways can you incorporate our African philosophies in these ideas that are being presented? Because there's a way in which we view ourselves when it comes to care and the way we understand health and healing. So then the question would be, yes, there's a philosophy that has been presented, there's a theory that has been presented, but then how can we fertilize, and especially with the local chapter, fertilize that with our own thinking and imagination when it comes to issues of care and health? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. Hello? Oh, yeah. And I think this is very good idea, and I totally agree with you. You need to incorporate the philosopher in your culture. For the reason what I explained to this colleague, you need to adapt the theory in your society and your culture. So I think it's so important to incorporate the philosopher in your country or your continent. I think it's amazing.
That is a very good question. And when we were thinking about introducing caring science here in beginning our Kenyan group, we thought we Africans generally and us Kenyans have got our own processes of caring, traditionally, culturally born with us, within our own environment. And our thoughts were to do what you have just asked, that how can we build and improve the original caring science developed by Jean Watson and our own cultural practices that were so caring in the past and that we are almost losing currently because of so much individuality which was not there before. So because of that, we actually in this group, the School of Nursing, we all discussed and thought, if we start the caring science and then we were in a position to include what was in our cultures, and revive it, strengthen it, especially today when we are kind of looking like we are losing the caring communities we used to have. And so that one we have the intention, and it is open to each one of us who has ideas on how we can grow this, the caring science, to have another arm of African Kenyan grown to interact with it and strengthen it, so that, remember, even in our caring environments, in our health facilities, we have always had these issues of healthcare providers not being compassionate with their clients. And we thought about all this, and how can we reintroduce that compassion, even if you didn't know someone, even if you are working in the difficult circumstances we work in our healthcare systems. How can we include this caring, even if we have no resources or few resources as it may be? How can we include the caring so that we feel that we are doing our part, our compassion, our 10 processes are taking place within that healthcare environment. Challenging healthcare environment, I must say, because I know as nurses as well as doctors, laboratory people, clinical officers, everyone is practicing in very difficult circumstances in our country. So we are open and everyone is welcome. In fact, our students, you are welcome for membership, because there is a student facility within the Watson Caring Science, and the membership is different from the one of faculty and staff members. So you are most welcome. Your class should be all of it in. Yeah.
I want to
thank you.
I want to complement the response for you. Jean Watson specific, what I mentioned today about was caring science general with different theories. But Jean Watson, she worked specific with Levinas, with the ethic of faith, and Lostro with the ethic of hand. But this is have sent for us care as a nurse. But we are open to include African philosophers. Thank you.
Oh, hello everyone. I'm Spencer Mark. My question goes, at times while you are providing care, you tend to develop some, let's say, compassion fatigue, and maybe you can develop something like helper syndrome. So how best can you deal with that while providing? You try to provide 100%, but you are not able. So how best can you deal with that? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think it's an interesting question. I don't know really what is the health system here. I don't know what the nurses is they working here. So, but I can talking about my experience in Uruguay, and sometimes in Uruguay the nurses need to work in 2 or 3 different places. In Uruguay we have the nurses for the law only work 6 hours a day, 6 hours, but the salary is not good. So they work in different hospital, and sometimes they work in 3. So sometimes they work 18 hours. Imagine that. So for one way is what is the system, no? For the reason I try to respond in this way, and for the human, as a human, it's about you. And I don't know what is your position in the life in this time, but we need to start put care in yourself. So when you have alarm in your body, it's so stressed, you have your body have symptom, you have an alert, you need to put focus on yourself. So what happened with me? I very stressed for my work. I need to stop or I continue. So you continue, you finish in a very bad situation. So for the reason we talking all the time, we need to put care in yourself. For the reason I mark again and again. See, you put focus on yourself, you can stop this before you start in depression or you start in anxiety, or who care for the caring, who care for the nursing. Sometimes the nurse is the only profession stay 24 hours, the 7 days with the patient, and it's so stressful. We need to manage this, and I understand. But I think this two way. I don't know if you want to complement with your health system.
So I think what I can also add on to that is, remember that the first thing, care for yourself first. When you care for yourself, you will care for the patient because you're already taken care of. Even the compassion. We're saying be compassionate to yourself. So I'm seeing a situation where this theory is speaking of starting from you and spreading out to reach others. And so, just as Dr. Hector has said, if you feel worn out, if you experience some fatigue, burnout, step aside. Go take care of yourself. Then now you can come and continue. You won't experience that compassionate exhaustion, whatever you are calling it, fatigue. Yes. So that is how you can apply this. Think of yourself. In fact, if you look at this theory, she came about, I believe, she thought about it because many a times we really worry about our patients that we don't even think of ourselves. We especially, for example, procedures like body mechanics. And we are taught how to lift and move patients. How many times do we apply that? We just go bend and we are lifting and we are moving. Sometimes you even underestimate the patient's weight and you carry on your own, either dropping the patient or breaking your back. I have seen nurses who, in their first year of working after college, their backs just go cack. And that's the end of them. Light duty and forever in nursing. And sometimes they are even laid off or fired because they are no longer effective. Why? They never took care of themselves and thought of what they can do so that they can provide proper care. So I think that's what I can add on to that. Take care of yourself first. And then now you can continue. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Morris Chumba. I'm a member of staff in the School of Nursing. Towards the end of Jean Watson's speech, there was something important that he mentioned on research, that maybe you can use on research, and he talked of those characters that can be measured. There are around 5. So, has it been used anywhere to measure maybe on the patients or maybe those nurses or even people who are working anywhere? Because it can be used for any person. Has it been used in any research or in any field so far, the measures? And how can we use those, how is it measured? Maybe that is what we want to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, this measure you can have in the Watson Caring Science Institute, in the web page. So you are a member, it's for free. You have, she described what is the question, but we have different, we have for the patient, apply this for the patient, what is the care for the patient. Also, we have other for yourself, but we believe you need to care for yourself first, so we have a special to measure this. Also, we have for the cohort, for your partner, and also we have for your boss, immediate boss, and we have for the manager also. So we have different, you can manage the care for all around the patient. Not only the patients, all around the world. And this is in the Watson Caring Science Institute, and you can use. And it's easy for you because it's in English. We work in Spanish to to translate, but for you it's easy to stay. You come down and then the Watson can sign it. Okay?
The reason as to why I'm asking that question for our student also, that is what you can use as a validated measure of tool or validated tool for your research, if in case you want to do any research, maybe on the self, or you want to evaluate how your patients are. So you can use those measures to even create a questionnaire.
This is what happened with us. We need to validate in Spanish, so it's a long process. We have only one, the patient, but in English we have all the tools, so you can use.
Thank you, Hector, for the good presentation. Mine is a comment on how to improve our health, even here in Meru University and the health facilities. And I thought about, Watson showed us a room where you go meditate, relax. And I thought every school should have a room where we go enjoy tea, relax, exchange ideas together as friends. And in the process, it relieves me. The problems that I had, we can share with someone. I can meditate and come out better than before. So I thought if we can have something like that in the health facilities, the way they've showed us, and here in the universities, we'll improve our health outcomes every day. Thank you.
I think that's true. And in fact, yesterday, let me comment about our meeting yesterday. And in our meeting, we were able to go through a little bit of the processes. And we discussed, of course, some issues about our institute, our branch here in Africa. Remember that this is Africa, not Meru University. This is, the Watson Group in Africa. That is what it's known for. And from here, we'll spread out to other African countries. And I believe through you. When those who are finishing, when they join us as, staff, those of you, we have the students, some space for students where you can be members, we can work together. So yesterday, we went through some of those relaxing, just, what she was saying. And part of it, we, first of all, went through meditation. Close your eyes. Put your hands and legs in a relaxed position. Breathe in, breathe out. So we went through that process. After some time, of course, there was some background music. It was so beautiful. After that, we now went to another session. In fact, that time when we were breathing in and out, we in our minds were searching somewhere which was so quiet, so cool, that you found yourself relaxing. Some of us found ourselves in the ocean and the waves, and very beautiful. Some of us in the beach, strolling and experience. Some of us in the church, somewhere quiet. In the church, there is a time a pastor complained and said, there is a mama who used to come to church, and every time she would sit, and when the sermon begins, she sleeps. So every time in church, one day he went to this mama and asked, what's wrong with you? You come to church to sleep. And do you know what the feedback that mama gave? The response was, this is the only place I can be at peace. And that is why I sleep, because I'm at peace. So yesterday, some of us, we found ourselves in church, because that's the place we relax and find peace. So even you have your own places where, some in the forest with fresh air, strolling, not of course our forest with the elephants here, those forests which are safe. So we went through that. After that, there was a very interesting session where we had to get those color books. The coloring books? Yes. And each one of us plucked out a page of choice. There were several of them with different, patterns and drawings and all that. We brought out the colors, and then we started coloring. Music at the background. So we were focused, we were relaxed. In fact, we even started taking photos and making fun. At the end of it all, we felt so good. So that room, as you said, yes, let it there be. And so that is where you fall back to and you relax. In fact, we said, yeah, a cup of tea. Well, we may not really want that for a cup of tea per se. We really want it for a place you'll just go and close your eyes, breathe in out before you go back to your patient, before you go back to class, before you move on to your next assignment. Yeah, that is when, so that every time you are refreshed. And I think that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I think that should be the end of the questions. The chairmanship has been, oh, okay. Mwangi.
Sorry, this
can
one
go-
I'll
sorry.
make it very quick. It was an extension of what was done yesterday. And it's also to your question about how do you create programs, creative ways of adopting African-based therapies into this process. So you see that suit I'm wearing over there, and this one that I'm wearing here, they're made by inmates. So I have a program that I run with inmates in Langata Women's Prison and Langata Remand Prison. 6 months before they're released, we give them skills. We call it Skills Pay Bills. And it's a way of helping them to engage back into society with a skill that helps them reintegrate. And I mean, the change is phenomenal. So these men who are initially feeling useless, they feel like they cannot contribute positively. These men have now, they have businesses. I mean, we're now doing the president's, some of the president's suits are ours. We're doing governors, we're doing a lot of the guys who are running for different things, MCAs, whatever. But this is a job that they created from the skill that they have. And one of the best things is we have a bonfire. And this is the idea I wanted to pass to you, and even to everyone, because you can't give what you don't have. So one of the things we do with the inmates, we ask them to write on a piece of paper people, places, and events that have influenced their life. So the people that either have died or are there, or people who you married or did not, or divorced or had broken up, whatever. People, places, so a place that you remember either positively or negatively, especially that, and you write it down. And then in events, some people, either committed a crime or a crime was committed to them, or there was injustice. So you write that down, and it's a bonfire. So at the end of it, we meditate, and then we throw that paper into the fire. So it's an element. Fire is an element. It can be positive, it can be negative, but it's what you do with it. So it's things like that. Because, and I'll tell this to you, a lot of things will happen to you, but what matters is your interpretation of that event, of that thing. It's more important. What happens doesn't matter really. People come, go, things happen, people die. But your interpretation of that event, of that person, of that place is more important than the event itself, than the person itself, than the place itself. So that I will pass to you. And if you can do that for yourself, I mean, even just create a bonfire, put everyone together, you write things that are personal. Before you go into society to help other people, first you sort yourself out, you help yourself. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mwangi. This has been a very nice session. And before the chairmanship has been transferred to me to conclude, but before I conclude, I wanted to talk about the micro practices and the room that Jean Ruth was talked about. And we were just whispering about the same room with with Professor Naomi. We visited one of the universities, the Florida Atlantis University, and they had a meditation room, a quiet room. Very, very nice. In fact, you enter and you can actually feel the calm, the peace, and all that. So that is something we are going to consider doing for the entire university, not only for our schools, but a room that any one of us here, faculty, students, can go in, meditate, at least enjoy a moment of quietness, distress, decompress, and all that. And then for micro practices, I think a lot has been said, but as someone has said, you can't pour from an empty cup. So you have to fill yourself up first with love, with kindness, with compassion, with all the good things that you want to extend to someone else. Once your cup is full, then you can be able to pour all that goodness to the next person. You cannot be compassionate if you're not compassionate to yourself. So it all starts with yourself before it goes to someone else. Yeah? So that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, so you are all welcome to be members. We want to be a very vibrant. Professor Naomi is the president of the group, the Kenya Country Group. I'm the vice president. Millicent is the secretary. But we want to be vibrant, so we welcome ideas, especially from our students. Remember, you have student membership, so please organize yourselves, come to the office, and then we see how we can spread this message, yeah, across the country, East Africa, and beyond. That is what the vision is. So thank you so much, Dr. Hector, for sharing that with us. It was an excellent presentation. We really enjoyed it, and we hope to see you next year. Or for those who, okay, who is going to Tennessee? Nashville? Even students are welcome. If you feel you can sponsor yourself to go to Tennessee, please come. We are going to help you with the processes of getting the visa, and then you can organize yourself. Yeah, it's a beautiful experience. It's a beautiful conference, very different from what our conference looks like. In fact, it is like, hey, ours is the north, theirs is the south. Very, very, very different experience. But it is a centering experience. And it's always good to go out there and see what other people are doing and learn. And also from the lessons learned, you can come back home and we make improvements. Yeah? So if you feel you can go to Tennessee, we are ready to help you with the processes. If you feel you can sponsor yourself, yes, hatutaki fundraising. If you feel you and your parent or your guardian can sponsor the trip, yeah, it is an opportunity. Yeah, it is an opportunity. So we are ready to facilitate that. Yeah, and that invitation is open to staff and also students. So Zach, kama unataka kwenda Tennessee, yeah, you're welcome. Because this is interdisciplinary. It's not only for nurses, it's not only for health professionals, it is for all of us, because all of us human beings, we were made with that human part of caring for ourselves and for each other. Yeah, and that way we make a caring community. So with that said, we have a gift for our guest speaker today, Dr. Hector, and I will request Professor Naomi, who is the president, to come and give the gift to Dr. Hector. So this is a small Thank you so much. We really appreciate. And with that, we come to the end of our conference for Nursing and Health Sciences. We do not have any presentations for the afternoon. And before we leave, we'll do a group photo for all of us in the room. Yeah, we'll do a group photo for this particular session. However, we come back at 4:20 for the closing ceremony. There's a closing ceremony at 4:20. So kindly, let's come back at 4:20 for the closing ceremony in this room. Yeah, the closing ceremony is in this room. So kindly, let us come back at 4:20. The entire university management will be here to do the closing ceremony. So kindly, let's come back at, let's be here at 4:15, kindly. We will have a closing prayer from Dr. Millicent. And then after that, we can do a group photo, and then we can proceed for lunch.